the gate. And they're off from the outside. Paulie's Angel along the rail. There's Ukrainian Princess. Crystal mixing it up as well. So Crystal emerges with a short lead. Ukrainian Princess right there along the inside. The gray Saratoga Smoke Show is shadowed by the Mischievous One. 4 wides, Paulie's Angel. At the backs, Indian Penny, Crystal, a 3.5 length lead midway on the far turn. The Mischievous One just moved into second. Backing up along the rail was Ukrainian Princess. The gray filly Saratoga Smoke Show's there. 23-2 tepid opening quarter. The field's coming off the turn and heads into the stretch. Michael Davila Jr. and Crystal have been in front from the start. They have a 2-length lead. The Mischievous One bears down. Saratoga Smoke Show's at the rail. They're coming to the 8th pole. Crystal trying to hold on. Here's the Mischievous One, causing plenty of trouble for the rest. Down the center, Saratoga Smoke Show at the rail. The Mischievous One, Crystal, Saratoga Smoke Show. The Mischievous One got the job done today. She broke her maiden by 2. Then it was Crystal, 47.40. 50-cent try, 3.52. 39.50, and the 10-cent superfecta, 3.527, $50.80. They're in the gate. And they're off. War Tapped first. Outside Bad Connection from the rail. Bonfire Diva, these 3 speed off. They have a 2.5, 3-length lead over Sweet Sugar Baby. Along the outside is Maddie Surprise, and the trailer is Automated Teller. Now Bonfire Diva and Bad Connection go at it. These 2 have left. War Tapped back about 4 lengths back in third. Sweet Sugar Baby moves up just inside of Maddie Surprise. The trailer is Automated Teller. 22-3. They rip through an opening quarter. Big long shot. Bonfire Diva tries to put away Bad Connection in the offing. Here comes the heavy favorite, War Tapped. Along the inside is the gray Sweet Sugar Baby. Off. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Week 2 set to kick off this afternoon with an 8-race card. We're going to start the day with a main track labeled good. Track labeled good to start week number 2 here in Farmington, New York. Let's get to today's scratches and changes. In the first, early pick 4 begins in race number 1. Scratch the 1, Holy Matrimony. Scratch the 1, Holy Matrimony, out of race number 1. No changes in race 2. Please note the purse for race 2 is $13,700. $13,700. The purse for race number 2. Race 3 starts to pick 6. The featured race 3, bit of a prep for our George W. Barker coming up in 3 weeks on Memorial Day. No changes in the third as we kick off today's pick 6. Race number 4, the late pick 5, kicks off in the 4th. A couple of scratches. Take out the 1A, Ain't No Lady, and the 6, Disco Princess. Race 4, the start of the pick 5. Scratch the 1A and 6. Late pick 4 kicks off in race number 5. No changes in the 5th. Race 6, scratch the 5, Keegs. Race 6, scratch the 5, Keegs. And please note the number 2, Gold Templar, races with a bar shoe on. Bar shoe on the number 2, Gold Templar, in race number 6. The late double kicks off in the 7th. These scratches. Scratch the 4, Mischief Mogul, and the 5, Bench Press.
Race 7, scratch the 4, Mischief Mogul, and the 5, Bench Press. And in race 8, the finale, scratch the 4, Bustin' Pietre. The 4, Bustin' Pietre, comes out of race number 8. Again, we'll start the day with a course labeled good. 8-race card, a couple of pick 4s. Pick 5 kicks off in race 4. I will be joined momentarily by the one and only Dave Mattice as we take you through the Monday edition of Takes from the Lakes.
Welcome everybody to another week of live racing here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice, joined of course with our new track announcer, Anthony Stabile, the great Anthony Stabile.
I don't know about that. Week 1 record notwithstanding, a lot of fun in the booth race one, I can tell you that. Really enjoyed it. Pumped up crowds, especially on opening day. Carried over to Tuesday. Had some fun racing. A lot of twofers in the jockey standings and the trainer standings, so a little early to keep an eye on that as we have 89 racing days left in the season, but not too early to take a look at into the stake schedule, Dave. Is race 3 today, as I said during the scratches and changes, a little bit of a prep, if you will. 3 weeks from today, Memorial Day, the George W. Barker. I'm looking forward to the chicken lunch as well on Memorial Day. It'll be set up
we got
right
a new
by the
chicken
gate.
provider. I heard one of the best.
I don't know. Listen, as long as they're feeding me, I don't know who's bringing it. But what's this buttered spuds, by the way?
You're a buttered spud?
I never had. I know somebody actually said to me today.
Potatoes, obviously.
Oh, spuds of potato, and I was like,
Potatoes.
thanks. I'm like 14.5% potatoes, so I know what a spud is. But what's a buttered spud?
It's a kind of potatoes that you eat with your chicken barbecue.
Okay.
What do you do in New York City when you have?
I eat mashed. I eat French
You get the-
fries.
you
I
get the
eat
box,
baked.
right? You pour the box in there and boil the.
You think Phyllis is making boxed mashed potatoes? You spent some time with Phyllis last weekend. They're the
No,
best
she's
mashed
not.
potatoes this side of the We're still on the east of the Mississippi. Yeah, we're still east of the Mississippi. It's a lot of miles west. But yes, looking forward to the stakes action. And like I said, race 3 today, a little bit of a prep 4-hour for the Barker on May 27th.
Oh, I'm Italian. We don't have the fake potatoes.
Neither do I.
You know. Okay, well, yeah, the Barker, of course, does kick off the stakes schedule. Don't have to worry about that just yet, but it's not that far off.
No.
Comes quick. We're only running 2 days this week, Monday and Tuesday. Then we go to the full 3-day schedule starting next week. Great derby, right?
Fun derby. I mean, if you like horse racing, those are the kind of horse races. Whether you cashed or not, I did not. I don't believe you did either.
No, I can't say that I did.
But those are the derbies you want to see.
It was a great ride. Let's face it, that was a great ride by Brian Hernandez, who did sweep the Oaks and Derby double.
Yeah, not too
with
many.
McPeak.
Not too many people have done that. Not too many jockey trainer combos have done that. Do you take Sierra Leone down if you're in the steward's booth?
No, because it's the Derby.
Okay.
I mean, it could have been very interesting if that horse stopped on the front and the other two.
That would have
ran
been.
one,
That would
two.
have been something.
It would have made it very interesting. They hung the inquiry sign, ran an objection, and we would probably had a long objection on that.
The connections of Forever Young basically said I thought they were very classy in how they handled things. Basically said, we don't have a lot of objections by us in Japan. We let the stewards ordinarily take care of that. I am very, very curious how that would have been handled if that photo was for win instead of for place.
Well, that's what I was looking at. Maybe a little different.
Yeah.
If they ran one too. Okay, well, let's look at today's card. We got a good racetrack. It was kind of gloomy yesterday. I don't know if you were in the area.
Yeah.
A little gloomy, a little rainy. Hopefully it holds off. There is a chance for some more moisture because there's a chance for some rain today.
Well, let's hope for the best. Let's keep
I'm
good
looking
thoughts.
out, a little bit of a
It's beautiful
crack
out.
in the window that We do have a little bit of sun going on, so let's hope.
Yeah, they give us like a little. It's like a little hope to get out of the the studio. Yeah, it's not a bad day. It's a little breezy out there too, so I think that could help the cause as well as the day wanes on.
Okay. Let's look at today's card. The first race, a 5,000 race, 4.5 furlongs. It is a never won 3 condition. Scratch the inside horse, Holy Matrimonial. Of course, Sophia, I never say her name right. Sophia Vives.
Sophia Vives. I actually met Sophia walking in this morning.
Yes,
she was over by. I believe she was getting licensed. She was over by the licensing area.
She won 5 races at Woodbine last
Yes.
week. Very good rider, by the way. I did go with Max Foster. Just number one, the off-track record is not bad. Got a couple wins on the off. Although the last couple races here were on off tracks. Just numbers-wise, it's got enough speed with Heeman Harkey that catches a pretty soft group in general. I thought Max Foster would be the one to beat. Of course, Lars just mentioned. Sophia seems to be the other one. This one does have a victory on the dirt. Of course, the other win, I think better numbers overall on the artificial surface than the dirt for Lars. But you look at the rest of them, Uncle Vic, Stormy New York, Banco Medici, all coming off the break. I just don't see them as win threats. I thought Max Foster at least is better than them, and Lars seems to be the other one.
Yeah.
What you thought?
I scratched into Lars for a second. I have Max Foster on top for all the reasons you said, plus the recency. I was
Right.
looking forward to seeing Holy Matrimony today. I think it was 4 years ago at this point. I actually, well, maybe even 5. I called his debut victory down at Aqueduct.
Did you really?
I did, for Gary Gullo. Gary was still training horses back then. I was looking forward to a little reunion, if you will, with Holy Matrimony, but he won't be playing today. Max Foster, yeah, I mean, the recency. Lars is interesting. You know, you see a lot of horses in here coming off the big layoffs. Three of them coming off the 5+ months. Max Foster comes off Lars comes off just about a 3-month break. Mm-hmm. And there's a little bit of I don't want to say it's an equipment change. To me, it is the ultimate equipment change. He has been gelded since his last start. Now that's an equipment change that you cannot go back to.
That's the least pleasant.
Yes, it's not fun from what I've been told. But I wonder, you know, this horse has had some speed in the past, and I wonder sometimes when you geld a horse, what it does is it helps them push off their back end, their hind end a little bit better. So I wonder, he started showing some speed after being claimed by Carl O'Callahan. I wonder if that was part of the reason he gelded this horse, that he saw some speed and maybe he noticed something. You know, Carl's a really good horseman. And the barn that you had this horse was winning at over 20%. So I'm not going to say that I'm not going to knock the barn, but you know, Carl knows what he's doing, and I'm curious as if to whether or not he saw something that made him want to geld this horse. Gives him the 3 months now, and we'll see how he reacts to the gelding and Sophia being aboard. I would imagine there's going to be a little bit more speed from this horse. I just think Max Foster with the recency has a little bit of an edge over him,
And still might have more speed. And I can see Max Foster making the front on that field. Second race, short distance. I think we're going a little further tomorrow in a few races. If you looked at tomorrow,
some 5s, yeah,
some 5s. I think there was a 5.5 mixed in there.
Beautiful.
Anyway, looking at this one, yeah, Redemption Road is one of those horses. Doesn't want to win, but maybe has to at 4.5. I mean, Tater. To me, the race is another one where you could really narrow it down. To me, it's more of, can Redemption Road hold off Tater and Tot in the late stages? Because that's one thing that Redemption Road does not do well, is finish ahead. It kind of looks for competition a little bit. But maybe the key to the distance, I even think Tater and Tot might even be a little better than Redemption Road, but I think the distance might go into Redemption Road's favor as far as getting the lead from the rail with BC Glory Days and maybe holding off Tater and Tot because it's 4.5. Can't really go too much more depth than that, but that's how I saw the race.
The fact that Paul Barrow, the trainer of the one Redemption Road, was willing to ship this horse down to the Big A and give him a chance this winter, I think, leads me to believe he thought maybe this horse was a little bit better than expected. And now the drop to the 5 makes me a little weary.
Definitely.
Tater and Tot just has the recency, and I am going to gravitate towards those horses more so than the layoff runners. Now, Redemption Road's layoff is only 3.5 months. It's not the 5.5 or 6 months some of the others we're going to see in the first few weeks here at Finger Lakes are going to deal with. But like I said, the fact that he ran him down at Aqueduct and he didn't perform well, and he gave him another 3.5 months and waited, and now it drops him down to the bottom. We'll see what happens with Redemption Road. I think it's a 2-horse race. I put Gonna Be Dancing third, but it's a long way back for me. But after Tater and Tot and Redemption Road, that's another potato I know, potato tot. So. I think
Not
that makes
the
5
better
now.
Buzz.
No, but yeah, I saw the race very similarly to you.
Very so. I mean, it'll hurt a little bit having speed outside with BC Glory Days. But again, the distance. I mean, the distance is the big thing. But yeah, I see it the same way. It's whether Tater and Tot can catch Redemption Road. But Redemption Road's been one of those horses that might be looking back for somebody to come play with them.
And BC Glory Days is a little bit tricky to ride. Michael DeVille has ridden him well in the past. I wonder how he's going to react to the layoff. Sometimes he'll get a little goofy in the lane. I remember him from his Aqueduct days. But he has some speed too. I just don't know if he's as fast as Redemption Road.
He does here too. Third race, an optional claiming allowance, and this is the feature race of the day. And as Anthony mentioned, we do run a prep race in a sense for the upcoming stakes race, and this is that. This is the prep race for the George Barker. It is a shorter distance, obviously, but you got some really nice horses in here, stakes caliber competition, and we've seen them before. If you're familiar with Finger Lakes Racing, we've seen Ladies Golden Guy. Usually comes out of the box pretty well and likes this distance. Flying Emperor, man, what a Barker in the last year, and then the Leon Reed ran a good second. I think as far as with the moisture in the track, that might actually favor Flying Emperor. But the way I saw it, it was a sense of the 4.5 furlongs. Who gets the lead between Ladies Golden Guy and Flying Emperor? Flying Emperor might be a little bit quicker, and I think with the off track might help Flying Emperor. It's interesting because you're going to see you got a trainer change because Jimmy Wright may be getting out of the business. Now goes to Steve and Jeremiah Engelhardt. I mean, it's just who's sharper off the left, who gets the lead is going to win this race, and I thought Flying Emperor might be able to get the lead on Ladies Golden Guy.
So I was between making 2 my best play of the day for the website.
Okay.
And Ladies Golden Guy was one of them. So Ladies Golden Guy has had some trouble finishing in his career. I think his better races are when he comes from just off the pace. And with the presence of Flying Emperor, who I do think is faster. I don't know how much faster he is, but I do think he's faster. And I think off the layoff, with the intent, I believe Flying Emperor is going to be the one that gets to the top in here. And I think Rafael Rohina Jr. and Ladies Golden Guy should absolutely adore the fact that there's a faster horse in the race, because it is my belief that this horse is he's not better. He's much, much better with a target. And he's going to get that target today with Flying Emperor. And I just hope that Rohina is okay with acquiescing and letting the Diego go to the lead with Flying Emperor. I would just sit the 2-hole and make one run here. I think this race draws up beautifully for Ladies Golden Guy off the bench.
With the same mentality there, Flying Emperor could get brave on the front end.
He could.
He could. And that's the problem with Flying Emperor sometimes is when he plays more stalker or presser, he tends to not pass the horse at the end. So, like some of his better races have been when he's gotten on the front, only 4.5. Makes for a good race.
Yeah.
And you make a good point. Maybe Ladies Golden Guy could chase him down a little bit, stays in the race right behind him.
I don't know who's better, but I think they're both going to get their trips. I think Flying Emperor is going to get the top. I think Ladies Golden Guy is going to get what is his better trip, and that's stalking and made a best horse win.
Right. And then you got the Institute. I think you mentioned him. I think the distance is too short, but if they go ridiculously quick, he's probably the best as far as recency.
You know, I didn't know entirely what to do. Normally, and I told you this, my South Ozone Park Queens bias is going to come through here, especially early in the meet. I'm going to hang out with my Queens guys like the Institute more often than not. His last 2 races, he really tailed off. When the trainer changed, when he came back down south for the winter, before leaving the Ferraro barn, and he came to Horacio De Paz, who does a sensational job, by the way. This horse's first 2 races were really, really good. He got the job done. Radio Red and Don't Lose Cruise are like knock-around state-bred types knocking on the door, at least they were. And then his last 2 races, Dave, he just fell off the map. Comes back to Finger Lakes. He's had great success up here. I just wonder if, like you said, the 4.5 is too much. But if they hit, if Rohina goes, I think he's the one that's in the offing.
And of course, Warrior's Revenge, another interesting one.
Yeah.
May have tailed off since the great run that horse had a couple years ago. Maybe didn't quite race against this caliber horses a couple years ago, but he was Finger Lakes Horse of the Year.
Yeah, fun race.
Years ago.
Looking
Yes.
forward to it.
That's our feature. Fourth race, this one restricted for 3-year-old fillies. It's a maiden race. Scratch the 1A, Ain't No Lady. Scratch the 6, Disco Princess. Interesting race because obviously not a lot of activity for a lot of these horses. They're still young 3-year-old fillies. I like Find Your Joy. I mean, the horse does look like the speed of the race. I mean, the horse has run against some tough competition. A little bit better maybe for turf. I guess that would be the one knock for me would be, maybe this could be a turf horse in the future, possibly. But I just think this horse is better than these horses and pretty well bred overall. The last race was in February. Did flash some speed chasing before fading. The other thing, there's only a couple horses that run with Lasix here. I don't want to get into whether the horses should run on Lasix or not as early in their season as a 3-year-old, but I think that sometimes could be an advantage. I'm going to go with Find Your Joy. And then I think it was a decision for second for me, and I thought I'm going to lean towards the one. She Shadow, I think that might be the main threat. It's hard to gauge how good this horse is. She only ran a couple times as a 2-year-old. She ran at Saratoga, obviously. That's tougher competition. And then they tried her in the She's Stone Cold Fox Stakes, kind of a softer 2-year-old stakes race. And it was really a one-horse race where it was Paul Barrow trainee, just kind of blew that field away. So, there wasn't much else in that race. But she's only had the 2 starts. Again, I'm looking at the Saratoga race in the mud, was pretty decent. She might be the main threat, but I just think Find Your Joy is the winner here.
Yeah, Find Your Joy ships up from Aqueduct for Tom Morley. A few years ago, I bought a parcel of land in Scotland that makes me a lord.
What are you talking? Are you being serious?
I'm being dead serious. Yeah, I am officially Lord Anthony James Stabile, and Tom is a fellow lord. So I had to pick my fellow lord's horse here. Tom Morley's Find Your Joy. In all seriousness, draws inside. The key for me was the fact that this horse has already raced off of a similar layoff, August to January, and raced well enough where if she can bring that buyer here, I think she's going to be awfully tough. She has plenty of, if there's still moisture in the track come 4th race, she has plenty of pedigree. She's by Central Banker out of a Not For Love mare. She should love a wet track. She has speed. You know what? She has speed in a race where the runners, the horses who have races under their belt, don't really have much speed, and the firsters haven't been working gangbusters.
No,
so
they haven't at all.
I'm just hoping Andre Warry puts her on the front end from the rail. She Shadow. I'm not appreciative of whoever named She Shadow. A lot of shoes going on.
You have a tough time with
that can
that
get
one.
you in trouble in a booth.
Kind of talk slower when you're
Exactly.
when you're an
Yes.
announcer.
But yeah, everything you said, and mentioned Sweet Brown Sugar, Paul Barrow's filly. She's now a multiple stakes winner.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, she's the likely upsetter. I don't know how much of a difference they'll be on the tote board. They're 2-1 and 5-2, with Find Your Joy being the slight favorite on the morning line. I would imagine the board kind of shakes out similarly, and we'll see how it shakes out on the racetrack. That starts to pick 5, by the way.
Yeah, I think if you see her get to the lead in the early going, open up a length, I think it's over.
Yeah,
I
she's
don't think
supposed to
they'll
beat them.
chase her down. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they will. 5th race, again, that starts the pick 5 with race number
Yes, sir.
4. All right. 5th race, we'll start the late pick 4. Still got 8 race cards. This, again, for 3-year-old fillies. This one's an allowance race, a never won to condition. Now, this horse was very memorable when she broke her maiden. First time out, she was very dominant, probably the best 2-year-old performance we had last year. Now, question is, can she come back as a 3-year-old and have that kind of a performance again?
Yeah, the 3 My
That's
Bronx,
a big
baby.
question mark.
That was some race. 3 workouts, getting ready for this. Called Gruzmark for my man Joe DeRico Racing and Breeding. Workouts are fast. Only has to go 4.5. I love the fact that Jackie Davis is riding this horse and not her dad's run of the 4 Bustin' Time. It's absolutely sensational. I love the fact that Jackie is sticking with you have to stay with this horse because this filly, like you said, she's by Matoli. She's got some pedigree. She's out of a Spikestown mare. She did a lot of running. That was a big debut. How about she wasn't favored in that debut? She paid $5.20, and she was not the favorite that day. A huge effort. If she runs that race, they are all running for second. Mark.
Yes, but that's the question.
No
mark,
question
right?
about it.
That's the question mark.
Her biggest problem, I think, Dave, is this. She's got 1,000 plans, and Brooksy, Jerry Brooks' horse from the rail, adding blinkers, coming off a September layoff. She ran a faster figure on the all-weather up at Presque Isle, but her lone win came on conventional dirt at Timonium. She has speed. She's from the rail with blinkers. The horse just to My Bronx Baby's outside, Bustin' Time, the Robbie Davis trainee. She has speed. Do they have the speed of My Bronx Baby? I don't know. Raw times, they're faster. They're both faster on raw times. My Bronx Baby, though, Jackie's not foolish. Jackie's going to be aggressive. But I think there is a recipe for disaster for her here with a speed horse on the rail and a speed horse directly to her outside. So it led me to Dorth's Sol Dancer. And she's my best bet of the day.
Okay.
Because I think My Bronx Baby is going to be overbet here. She's 2-1 morning line. I think she'll be 4-5.
I can see that. Yeah.
I think she'll be under even money. And I think Dorth Sol Dancer is going to be a much higher price than she should be. She comes out of a couple of straight 3-year-old claiming races down at Aqueduct. She is facing straight 3-year-olds here again, which I think helps her. She's going to need to get faster on the buyer speed figures. But I think, and she has enough tactical speed where with all of the other speed inside of her, Cabracoa can just take a look at how it unfolds and kind of not dictate the pace, but dictate the race and turn her loose when she's ready to roll. She has some recency. She's only off 2 months and a few days, whereas 1,000 Plans is coming off a September layoff. My Bronx Baby's coming off the August layoff. So, August is a long time. It's 9 months, a little over 9 months. It's not like she went to the bench in November. She ran that big race on August 1st, and she disappeared. Just 3 workouts posted from April 15th to today. So I think she's the best horse in the race, but I think she's vulnerable in this race situation today. And I'm going to take a little shot with Dorth Sol Dancer to upset the apple cart. I think she'll be 3-1, 7-2.
Well, yeah, and that's the vulnerability as far as when you do look at that one race from My Bronx Baby against our 2-year-old fillies. She didn't have to go that fast to get the lead. So she actually, then she just went on with it, obviously. So she may have to work a little bit more if she wants to get the lead or win this race going 4.5. She's not going to get those kind of fractions against these horses.
Yeah, no, she's gonna have to run early. She's got to run faster early. That's why I said I don't know if 1,000 Plans is faster. I don't know if Bustin' Time's faster. I could see them really warring it up on the front end in here.
The other one I thought maybe was Robbie Davis's horse. You mentioned Jackie riding My Bronx Baby. Not sure if there was a choice there, but this horse has got some numbers. She did run against some good caliber horses, not really that competitive in those races. But she goes first time Lasix, comes to Finger Lakes. I think she can hit the board in here.
Okay.
I went 3-4-5.
I went 5-3 to the Blue-Eyed Warrior, cutting back, second time Lasix, class relief. I think she might be able to hit the board from Mel Giddens and Andre Worry.
Okay, maiden race is the 6. We do scratch the 5. Keegs, I had a tough time with this race. Obviously, Barfly's got the numbers. I'm a little worried about the distance. I mean, it's a big turn back. But the problem is I didn't like anybody else. And you go through and through. I thought maybe the 8 gets the lead. I mean, it was tough to gauge who gets the lead. You got a Kentucky bred and Restrike coming in here, only making a second start. You got Uncle Kendrick from the rail. Put in a good second place finish, going 5.5, the only time on a fast track. I just thought the numbers for Barfly were better. I'm not really too strong on this pick just because of the distance. That's kind of, but I just think he's better than the competition here, and I think on that and a little bit of fitness coming from Tampa, he might be able to still win.
I couldn't pull the trigger on him. I put him second.
Okay.
He is the most likely winner of the race, but I wanted to go a little bit off the reservation here. So I went to the 4 Restrike. Restrike is trained by a young man named Owen Garber, who, those of you not familiar with Owen was Bill Morey's assistant the winter of 2022 into 23 down at Aqueduct. And they had a fantastic run. For whatever reason, Bill Morey decided not to come back to New York last winter. Owen went out on his own. He's had limited chances. He's hit the board a few times. Owen knows his way around the racehorse. I know Owen. Owen's a friend of mine. Owen knows his way around a racehorse. Owen's yet to win a race. I have a feeling I'm going to be calling his first winner today.
Okay.
This horse apparently ran in insane conditions at Penn National first time out. Tropical storm, force winds, just a complete disaster. And I'm going to give him a chance. Raylu Gutierrez is gracing us with his presence here in Farmington today. Thank you, Raylu. Just kidding. I'm a big Raylu fan. And I think this horse is going to run considerably better than he did first time out. Like you said, you don't really like anybody else in here, so you landed on Barfly. I put him second for the same reasons. Yeah. I have nothing clever to say about anybody else in here. If Barfly has enough races, there's one 5-furlong race on the grass that he got beat just a length that kind of makes you feel a little bit better about the 4.5. But the fact of the matter is, he is going to be a short price, and he is as vulnerable a favorite as there is on the card today.
I wanted to beat him, and I'm looking. Well, I don't. Then you can't settle. I couldn't find a horse that I liked, and that was one of those things. I mean, who's going to get the lead? The Wipers on the bus? I don't like that one to win. I don't like him to win.
Yeah.
And then Restrike, there were a lot of question marks for me. He is a Kentucky bred, and of course I'll always pick Ray. I used to just bet him when he was down in Louisiana. Just bet him. He was that good. Uncle Kendrick ran second to Tater and Tot, who runs earlier today. But I don't love his races enough to put him on top.
I hear you.
Yeah, and that's the tough time I had with this race. I do think the Wipers on the bus probably gets a lead. 46 and change. You see at a slow pace. I mean, that's the problem for Barfly. You get a slow pace up there. He's got to get into the race a little bit at 4.5.
Yeah, at least he has the recency, right? I mean,
the
that's
fitness
the one
might get him there and chase him down. Seventh race. Interesting one because we have an AE drawing. That's something we don't have much at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 4, Mischief Mogul, and the 5 bench press. Does that mean Enticing Prospect draws into the 4?
It does.
It does. And yeah. I like the name. I'll say that. This race was interesting. Actually, you got a Golden Sense. Speaking of the Derby winner.
Yes, we do have a Golden Sense.
I used him. I thought his form was good enough.
I do too. I have him there too.
I mean, I got the horses that were actually just claimed in New York for 16 from Aqueduct. Uncle George was an Uncle Mo. This is a 7-year-old. I'm a little concerned about the overall record, but looking at the numbers and the speed, I think he could get the lead in here. Over Always a Warrior and Vaunted. We'll see. I mean, there's some other speed in here. It is only 4.5. I just think overall he's run against better competition, and he's run better numbers than the rest of these. So I'm taking a shot. I'm not taking a shot. He's one of the shorter prices. Vaunted, by Golden Sense. Yeah, the Kentucky Derby winner. Why not? You look at the race before in the slop. What if we get a little bit of rain and he runs that number again, a 74 buyer? I mean, what if he does? And I think that puts him right there for Ralph D'Alessandro, who's been pretty good bringing horses in from New York. Another interesting one is Pop Coyer. I mean, you got a few 3-year-olds in here talking about Always a Warrior is going to get play. Both the Farrar Junior horses are going to get some play. Pop Coyer is a 4-year-old that's an honest horse that hits the board a lot, always fires. I think he's a horse you got to use in the number, and he's 8-1. I mean, the horse is coming off the layoff, but let's face it, John Buckley used to not have good numbers off the layoff in the past. The last few years, he's been really good. And the running style for Pop Coyer, I know 4.5 short, but I think this horse, if he's within 4 lengths, rallies and makes your number. Maybe not necessarily win. Of the 3-year-olds, Always a Warrior. I mean, this is a horse that broke his maiden at Saratoga in the slop, going back, first career start. And I don't think his other races are that bad. He's running against some pretty tough 3-year-olds, but it is the first time versus older horses, and that's not always a good angle for me coming in here to Finger Lakes.
I did something. Let's make sure my mic was on. I did something I ordinarily do not do. I picked the 3-year-olds 1-2 here. As we get into May, it doesn't bother me as much. If this was a month ago, it's something I probably wouldn't have done. But Bustin' Away was so good in his debut because he went wire to wire, but he didn't get away from there cleanly. And he recovered, and he got to the front, and he battled every single step of the way. every single step of the way. And, end of July, 6 furlong race. They're still going 5.5. He went 6 up there at Saratoga. And listen, he didn't beat the toughest bunch of horses, but man, he did it the right way. He did it like a seasoned pro. Now, enticing prospect drawing in actually hurts because this is another impressive first out winner. I don't think he was as flashy as Bustin' Away was, from the same barn. And now he's outside of him. So I think they're the 2 fastest horses in here early. I mean, they're 2 of the fastest horses in here early. I wonder how much they mitigate each other's chances in here. Not enough for me to call an audible. I really like that horse's debut, so I'm going to try Bustin' Away. Always a warrior from the inside. Louis Rivera Jr. is going to come up for the day. I think he's just going to really pocket up behind whoever the speed is and gets himself into a good spot. And then you talked about Vaunted. I don't need to rehash that. I think you said a lot of good things about Vaunted. If the pace falls apart here, I think Vaunted and Always a Warrior are the ones that come pick them up.
Okay. Good to see the races differently.
Yeah.
I thought that was a race that's very interesting.
Wide open race. 5 or 6 horses come in that race.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Last race, I got a little bit of a price in this one. Maybe I'm way off. Actually,
We found the
it looks like
same.
you
We
agree.
found the same horse.
We found the same horse. So maybe it won't. Maybe the morning line's a little bit high, or maybe we're just onto something here. Again, you got Sophia's on this one. You know what I like the fact. I mean, we might like the horse for different reasons, but I like the fact that this horse was a 6-time winner in 2023. That says something. I mean, he won 6 times last year, and now you got a couple starts this year at Penn and coming into Finger Lakes. It's got speed, and maybe the numbers aren't overwhelming against these horses. And I know a couple of those wins, a few that were at Mountaineer, which isn't the strongest circuit, but I like this horse, especially at the price. I mean, the other one, as far as the other speed, is Forward Motion. Forward Motion is one of those horses that doesn't always finish strong.
Yes.
And I know it's only 4.5, but so if Sutton Breeze is out there with Forward Motion early, I think he might get the better of him. Little bit of a price. You might like it for different reasons. You might like it for the same reasons, but I feel better about it that you like him as well.
Yeah, I just kind of want Sutton Breeze to just stalk Forward Motion, because like you said, Forward Motion has a tough time closing the door.
Right.
Again, a little surprised. Never seen this horse at 4.5. 9-year-old. He's never come back in time for the season season opener. So it's a little strange. And maybe that's Ferraro thinking, well, maybe this horse doesn't want to go 4.5. That entered my mind as well when I capped this race. So maybe Sutton Breeze just sidles up alongside. First one to come calling, as I like to say. I thought if this one fell apart, Night of the Crown, Linda Dixon had almost everything ready the first week off the layoff. Hit the board with 3 of them. They all, at some point, put in some kind of run, which was impressive to me and very important off the break. This horse has a little bit of a more extended break. Went to the bench 2 months before we went to hibernation last year, but ended the season on a winning note. Has won 2 of the 8 starts with 3 other board placings at Finger Lakes, and we'll see if, like I said, if there's a little bit of a pace meltdown, maybe Night of the Crown can pick them up late.
Yeah, I can see that. Valuable Will's another closer. 4.5 might be a little short, but you talk about another trainer that had him sharp the first week. You talk about Deborah Breed.
Yeah, everything was ready for Deb as well.
Breed.
Yeah.
So there's another one as well. But at least we're on the same horse there in the last one. Maybe you get a little value, at least in your picks or something with 8-1 morning line. I got to send you upstairs.
Yes, sir.
You got to get the post parade. You enjoying?
I'm loving it.
Your time here, at
It's
Finger
great
Lakes?
up there. Great booth. A lot of fun up there. Like to look down at the crowd. Like I said, opening day was a lot of fun. Carried over to Tuesday. Let's keep the momentum going.
Get the momentum going. Settle in and up there, and yeah, we're having a great time here at Finger Lakes to start off the meet. Got a lot of season left.
Yes, sir.
Again, 2 days this week. We run again tomorrow. Again, Monday through Wednesday. We're going to add Wednesday next week. A lot of live action coming at you right here from Finger Lakes. Got good racing so far, good racing to come.
See you tomorrow at 12:15.
You got it, man. We'll see you.
The call to the post as the field for the Monday opener makes their way onto the track. Early pick 4 starts here. Tracks labeled good. Here in race 1, scratch to 1, Holy Matrimony. And in race number 4, take out the 1A, Ain't No Lady, and the 6, Disco Princess. Here's the field for race 1. The 2 is Uncle Vic. Anthony Rodriguez is in the saddle. The 3 is Lars with Sofia Vives. Number 4 is Max Foster. Heman Harkey rides. The 5 is Stormy New York with Jeremias Flores. And the 6 is Banco Medici with Rafael Rohina Jr. Again, scratch to 1, Holy Matrimony. Early pick 4 kicks off here. I went with that caballo. The number 4, Max Foster, ships up from Parks by way of Mahoning Valley and Penn. Jeffrey Engelhart trains. Heman Harkey going to ride. This horse has a lot of early speed. We'll see how fast he is early. He's going to have to deal with the horse right to his inside. The number 3, Lars. Fresh gelding for Carl O'Callahan. This one ships in from Penn. You're going to hear the name Sofia Vives a lot. She won 5 races last week at Woodbine on a single card. So Sofia coming in with a pretty good resume. We'll see how fast this horse is as a fresh gelding. These two look to knock heads early. Maybe Banco Medici on the far outside off the October layoff for Wayne Sparling with Rafael Rohina Jr. can be the ones to benefit from what could be a speed duel inside. Maybe Banco Medici's is fast, if not faster than the other two. Best figure came on a wet track. We kick off the day on a course labeled good. Lars is 0 for 4 on a wet track. Max Foster has excelled. He too has his best figure on a wet track. Obviously, the best price of the 3 is Banco Medici. I went 4-3-6. Again, that early pick 4 kicks off here. A bit of a separator if you can get Banco Medici to the winner's circle first. I'm going to try our favorite, number 4, Max Foster, here in race number 1. One more time, early pick 4 starts here. Don't forget, if you need free past performances, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. Equibase past performances available each and every day. Just head to fingerlakesgaming.com. We kick off the week here at Finger Lakes a little after 1:15 p.m. Post time for this first race on a Monday afternoon is in a little over 3 minutes. Best of luck here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Just about a minute to post. Don't forget the early pick 4 kicks off here in race number 1. You have about a minute to post. And the field 4 race 1's behind the gate. And it's post time. Field 4, the Monday opener set to load. There's Uncle Vic. New gelding Lars goes in. Don't forget, free past performances courtesy of Equibase. Just go to fingerlakesgaming.com as your 4 to 5 favorite Max Foster loads. Stormy New York goes in. And the last to load is Banco Medici. They're in the gate. And they're off far outside. Banco Medici shows first. There's the favorite Max Foster, and he's joined by Lars. 3 across the track, joined by Stormy New York. And the trailer is Uncle Vic. From the inside, Lars emerges with a short lead between his Max Foster. Outside, Stormy New York. A mad scramble on the far turn for the lead. Max Foster and Stormy New York go at it now as Lars gives way along the inside. Then Banco Medici. Last is Uncle Vic, but he's just 4 lengths from the lead. 23 opening quarter. Off the turn and into the stretch. Stormy New York at a big price wrests the lead away from Max Foster, who tries to battle back. 3 wide. Banco Medici joins the fray. There at the 8th pole. Stormy New York. Here comes Max Foster back at him. Max Foster inside. Stormy New York outside. These two to the 16th pole. Max Foster put his head back in front. Then Stormy New York. Max Foster, the favorite, battles back to win by 3 parts of a length. Then it was Stormy New York and Banco Medici in the opener at Finger Lakes. Number 4, Max Foster was first. 5, Stormy New York second. It's a photo for third. Third, the number 6, Banco Medici. The 3, Lars, finished 4th. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 4, Max Foster. The 4-year-old gelding by Palace Malice out of the Ghost Zapper mare, AP Zapper, is a New York bred, owned by Michael J. Ancino, trained by Jeffrey Engelhart, winning rider, He-Man Hockey. $2 exact, a 4-5, 24 even, 50-cent try, 4-5-6, 38.50, and the 10-cent super, 4-5, 6-3, $17.85. Race 2 comes up next. It kicks off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. Please note the purse for this upcoming second race is $13,700. $13,700. The purse for this upcoming race number 2. No changes here in the second. Again, that first pick 3 today kicks off here. Post time for race 2 is in about 19 minutes.
In the paddock for race number 2, and Max Foster came in here from Parks, just raced on March 27th, and got a challenge from Stormy New York, who has run well in the past, fresh for Donna Beretta. Gave him a big challenge at 20-1, but Max Foster able to answer the challenge and get the victory. Heeman Harkey for trainer Jeff Engelhardt to start off the Monday card. Second race, a never won 2 condition, 5,000 claimer going 4.5. Purse should be 13-7. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here. 2 inside horses figured to get a lot of the play. Redemption Road could be the inside speed. Has had a little trouble sealing the deal in a lot of races. But at 4.5, we'll try to hold off Tater and Todd, who might have a little bit of a class edge on some of these. Of course, they both do. I mean, Redemption Road had been facing maiden special weights and now finds himself back here at the bottom level. Only the one win, that was the maiden victory. And in Redemption Road's way, he made it interesting. He always makes it close. Union Navy came out of that race to win, to break his maiden. That was on an off track. Got a little moisture in the track. That probably helps Redemption Road's cause, because his only win that day was on the off track. Now, Tater and Tot, he came in here to break his maiden. Looked good beating a field. I mean, you'll see Uncle Kendrick run later. That's the horse that he beat, going 5.5 that day. He's had a couple starts since then, and now comes back to Finger Lakes undefeated here, because his only other visit here was a victory. He's going to have to chase him down, though. He's not quite as quick early as Redemption Road, who should be the inside speed, along with BC Glory Days. And that could be another one that could be the key to the race. Will BC Glory Days be out there with Redemption Road? Maybe even try to clear Redemption Road early. Speed is the name of the game for BC Glory Days. That should help his cause, going 4.5 as well. He's making his first start of the season, so not sure how sharp he's going to be. Maybe sharp enough to show the speed to make it a little more difficult for the speedy Redemption Road. So those are some of the horses getting some play for race number 2. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here.
this. The field for race 2 is on the track. The 1 is Redemption Road. Kevin Navarro rides. The 2 is Tater and Tot with Andre Worry. The 3 is Riley B with Emmanuel De Diego. The 4 is Gonna Be Dancing. Heeman Harkey looks to sweep the early double. The 5 is BC Glory Days. Michael DeVilla Jr. is in the boot. And the 6 is She Speaks Well with John Berrios. First pick 3 of the day kicks off here in race number 2. Post time just over 3 minutes away. So Heeman Harkey is going to try to sweep the double with the number 4. Going to be dancing, but so are Jeffrey Englehart and owner Michael Ancino with the number 2 Tater and Tot. That's where I land here. Front bandages go back on this Son of Majestic City. Second start off about 10 weeks. I like the recency. I'm going to side. We've talked about this last week. I'm going to side with the recency here for the first few weeks anyway of this 2024 meeting. And I went with Tater and Tot here. We'll see what kind of trip Worry can work out as Jeff Englehart looks to sweep the early double. 1 Redemption Road for Paul Barrow. He took this horse. He thought enough of this horse. Alpha Maiden special weight win in start number 8 to ship down to the Big A this winter. Gave the horse about 11 weeks. Ran the horse for 25 to life. The Bellamy Road Gelding did not perform well at 15 to 1. Took a little money that day too. Paul put him back away. Now 3+ months later, we see him in for the bottom back home at Finger Lakes. He's your 8-5 favorite, and yeah, on paper he's probably the horse to beat, but I don't know. There are a couple of question marks here for me, and then I will round it out with the 4. Going to be dancing off of that November layoff for Ronnie Breed. Hasn't run a lot of horses this year, but Ronnie does a solid job. This horse has some early speed as well. Just 1 for 16 in his career. Son of War Dancer. We'll see what kind of pace scenario he faces. Redemption Road has plenty of speed. BC Glory Days can be a tricky horse to ride. He has speed as well, just to his outside, so Going to be dancing. Might be in a tough spot between speeds in here, but we'll see if he can get a piece. 2-1-4 as we kick off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. Post time in a bit over a minute here for race 2, Finger Lakes. Post time in a minute. The field for race 2 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Redemption Road, your current 3-2 favorite, the first to load. Followed by Tater and Tot. Riley B's next. Gonna Be Dancing goes in. BC Glory Days goes in. And the last to load is She Speaks Well. They're in the gate. And they're off. First to show is Riley B. Along the inside, there's Redemption Road. And on the far outside, it's BC Glory Days. Those three have a 2-length lead on a back-pedaling Riley B. Then we come back to Tater and Tot, and She Speaks Well. Redemption Road and now Gonna Be Dancing. Redemption Road and Gonna Be Dancing, duking it out on the front end. BC Glory Days a length and a half back in the offing in third. Gap of 4 lengths to Riley B. The two back markers are Tater and Tot and She Speaks Well. 22 and 3 day rip through an opening quarter. Gonna Be Dancing put his head in front of Redemption Road. BC Glory Days 3 wide. These three have 4 lengths on a closing Riley B. Through the stretch. Gonna Be Dancing almost home. Redemption Road at the rail. BC Glory Days outside. Close to the wire. It's all Gonna Be Dancing, and Heeman Hockey sweeps the early double by 2. Then it was BC Glory Days and Redemption Road here in race number 2 at Finger Lakes. Number 4, Gonna Be Dancing was first. 5, BC Glory Days second. 1, Redemption Road third. 3, Riley B checks in fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 4, Gonna Be Dancing. The 6-year-old gelding by War Dancer out of the Not For Love mare, Gonna Be Love. Bred in New York, owned by CP Thoroughbreds LLC, trained by Ron Breed Jr. Sweeping the early double, rider, He-Man Harkey. And it's official. $2 double, 4-4, $20.80. $2 exacta, 4-5, $22.60. 50-cent try, 4-5-1, $15.12. And the 10-cent super, 4-5, 1-3, $11.60. Race 3 comes up next. It's the start of today's pick 6. $1 minimum pick 6. No carryover into today's sequence. No changes in race 3. In race 4, scratch the 1A, Ain't No Lady. And the 6, Disco Princess. Race 4, scratch the 1A and 6. No changes in race 5. In race 6, we have a scratch and an equipment change. Race number 6. Equipment change on the 2, Gold Templar. Blink, bar shoe on. Bar shoe on the number 2, Gold Templar, and scratch the 5, Keegs. Those changes in race 6. Race 7, a couple of scratches. Scratch the 4, Mischief Mogul, and the 5, Bench Press. Race 7, scratch the 4 and 5. And in race number 8, scratch the 4, Bustin' Pietre. Race number 8, scratch the 4. Here at Finger Lakes. Again, pick 6 kicks off here in race number 3, $1 minimum. Post time for the 3rd is in just about 18 minutes.
All right, 10 minutes to post for race number 3. This is our feature race of the day. In a sense, it is our prep race for our first stake, the George Barker, that goes off in a couple weeks. And you got all the players in here. You got Flying Emperor, who ran second in the Barker to Disco Dino last year. He's in here. You got Ladies Golden Guy, who won the prep race, won this race last year very easily, going 4.5 furlongs. He's a solid player. Tra Lad, who's done little wrong here at Finger Lakes, has been either first or second every time he's run here. And then you got the horse of the year from 2022, Warrior's Revenge. So these are some of the players. You'll probably see them all again in the George Barker Stakes. See how it plays out going 4.5 furlongs. Some of them making their first start of the season. You know, Flying Emperor, who is as consistent as they come. You talk about Tra Lad with his 8 starts. Well, what about Flying Emperor with his 23 starts here at Finger Lakes, where he's been the first or second 22 out of those 23 time. Now, only knock on Flying Emperor is he's got a lot more seconds than first, but that's not always a terrible thing because this horse is very consistent and is always right there, was always for Jimmy Wright. Now in the barn of Steve and Jeremiah Engelhart, this horse figures to be awfully tough if he clears going 4.5, if he can clear Ladies Golden Guy early. Now Ladies Golden Guy has the rail. Ladies Golden Guy making his first start off the break. Remember last year, this horse off of the layoff in April won this type of race in 51 and change and looked phenomenal. Was never really challenged in that race. A little tougher field today, especially with the presence of Flying Emperor and the speed of Flying Emperor, but you cannot discount the chances of Ladies Golden Guy, who is getting some play at 7-2. And the Institute certainly has recency and fitness. Problem is the distance for the Institute coming back here to Finger Lakes. Certainly was a nice score if you had him at odds of 8-1 when he was disrespected going to Aqueduct back in December. Maybe tailing off a little bit, but obviously a good horse going through conditions here. The problem is going to be that short distance unless they come back to him if Ladies Golden Guy, Flying Emperor aren't completely fit coming off of the break. Same thing with Warrior's Revenge. Maybe he's tailed off a little bit the last couple. Returns to Finger Lakes. Man, did he go on a roll, running in those starter conditions, run against allowance horses. He was sharp. I mean, if he can run in that kind of form as he was back then, he could be competitive in here. A lot of ifs, though. We got a couple real good ones coming off the layoff. But this is our feature race of the day. It's a real good one. It is the George Barker Prep. It's an optional claiming allowance race. We'll start the $1 pick 6 with race number 3.
the field for race 3's on the track. The one is Ladies Golden Guy with Rafael Rohina Jr. Number 2 is the Institute with Luis Perez. The 3 is Tralad with Sofia Vives. The 4 is Flying Emperor. Emmanuel De Diego rides. And the 5 is Warrior's Revenge with Kevin Navarro. The $1 pick 6 starts here in race number 3. Post time in just over 4 minutes. Featured race 3 today figures to serve as a prep for our George W. Barker just 3 weeks from now on Memorial Day here, Memorial Day Monday at Finger Lakes. A couple of horses ran in the Barker last year, exiting in here today. The number 4, Flying Emperor, and the number 1, my top selection, Ladies Golden Guy, who I think is better with a target. And with the presence of Flying Emperor to provide said target, I think Rafael Rohina would be wise to let Flying Emperor go and try and sit that trip from the inside. I understand under the gun from the rail off the 5 months, that might be a little tough to ask since Ladies Golden Guy might be a little fresh off the layoff, almost 6 months really. But we'll see if Rohina can do just that and wrestle this one just off the lead, which should be set by Flying Emperor. The number 2, the Institute, ships up from Aqueduct off of a series of races for Horacio De Paz, goes back to Michael Ferraro, who's done very well with this horse. 5 for 16 in his career with 5 seconds at Finger Lakes, good for over 112,000. This horse came down to Aqueduct after Finger Lakes closed and won right off the bat. Got out of the that straight New York bred A other than condition down there. Came back and ran a good third and then just tailed off in his last 2. Didn't have a freshening like a lot of these had. In fact, all of these horses have had some sort of a freshening in the past 6 months, but he has been in constant training for a while now. 13 consecutive starts dating back to last summer. The Institute, Luis Perez on the board at 7-2. And then the favorite, Flying Emperor, makes a lot of sense. The quote-unquote class of the field, second in the Barker last year by just a head. Second in the Reed Memorial in October up here. So, finished ahead of Ladies Golden Guy in both of those starts. 4-5 on the board. Jeremiah Engelhardt takes over the conditioning. James Wright used to train this one. Looks like he's wrapping things up with his career. So we'll see what happens. First time Jeremiah on the 4, Flying Emperor, now even money. 1-2-4 for me, 4-1-5 for Dave. See if we see a couple of these coming back in 3 weeks in the first stakes of the meet. The George W. Barker post time for the 3rd. Again, $1 pick 6 kicks off here is in a bit over 1 minute. Post time in a minute. The field for race 3 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Ladies Golden Guy, the first to load. He's followed by Aqueduct Shipper, the Institute. Tralad next up. Little encouragement from Sophia Vives and the gate crew gets Tralad in. Next up, the favorite, Flying Emperor, 4 to 5 currently. Warrior's Revenge, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off from the rail. Ladies Golden Guy for the lead. There's Flying Emperor as Manuel Di DeLeo's whipping and driving to get him to the top. Warrior's Revenge stacks him 3 across the track. Gap of 4 lengths to Tralad and the Institute trails. Ladies Golden Guy from the rail and Flying Emperor the favorite. They're mixing it up on the far turn. A length and a half more to Warrior's Revenge. Gap of 4 to Tralad, then the Institute, 22 and 3. They rip through the opening quarter. Ladies Golden Guy dealing with Flying Emperor. In the offing, Warrior's Revenge, cutting the corners, the Institute, who's out of last. Tralad trails off the turn and into the stretch. Ladies Golden Guy trying to see it through. Here's Warrior's Revenge inside the Institute, far outside Tralad. Anyone's race. Ladies Golden Guy almost home. Tralad with all the momentum down the center, and Tralad takes the lead and edges away by 2. It was Tralad over Ladies Golden Guy, then Warrior's Revenge. 52 flat here in the third. Number 3, Tralad was first. 1, Ladies Golden Guy second. It's a photo for third. Number 5, Warrior's Revenge was third, and 2, the Institute finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 3, Tralad. The 5-year-old gelding is a son of Constitution, out of the war deputy mare, Deputy Cures Blues. The New York bred is owned and trained by Carl J. O'Callahan, winning rider, Sophia Vives. $2 double 4-3, 40 even. $2 exact to 3-1, 38 even. 50-cent try, 315.34 even. And the 10-cent super, 3152, $13.82. Race 4 comes up next. It starts today's pick 5. Here in the 4th, scratch to 1A, Ain't No Lady, and the 6th, Disco Princess. Here in race 4, scratch to 1A and 6. Post time for race 4 on the start of the pick 5 is in about 22 minutes.
12 minutes to post for race number 4. Pretty good feature race. Trial Lad, who's done nothing wrong here at Finger Lakes, has been no worse than second in any of his starts. Well, he was able to get enough of a trip as Ladies Golden Guy and Flying Emperor did battle, and Ladies Golden Guy getting softened up with that battle. It was Trial Lad rallying down the middle of the track to get the victory with Sophia Vives. What a big effort by Trial Lad. Carl O'Callahan doing a great job with that horse. Gets the feature race. That, of course, is a prep race for the George Barker. We'll probably see at least a few of those horses back in the Barker later this month. We go to the 4th race. This race starts the pick 5. It is for 3-year-old fillies going 4.5. It is a maiden event. We scratch the 1A. Ain't No Lady. Scratch the 6. Disco Princess. You see the early play on Find Your Joy. Tough to really go against this one, but you think that she might be the horse to get the lead in here. I think the only downside would be probably more bred for turf and route, but you see the first 2 starts, she didn't do so well with the turf and route, so that doesn't always come into play. But over the last couple starts, she's had improved effort. She's actually showed good early speed in those sprint races. Now she shortens up after a few-month layoff and catches a lot weaker bunch than what she's been facing. And if she gets the front end early, she's going to be tough to catch. That's why she's 3-5. Main threat is probably the 1, She's Shadow. She's had 2 career starts. First start was in the mud back in August of last year at Saratoga. Didn't run that badly. Then was just overmatched by Sweet Brown Sugar in that she's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes, a minor stake here at Finger Lakes. So she may be the main threat off of her 2 starts. She's making her first start off the layoff. She's going to have to chase after Find Your Joy. She's not near as fast as that one early. She's currently at odds of 7-2. You do have a couple first-time starters in here. You got I'm a Lot of Lady, who's trained by Rachel Sells, who also had Mad for Fame. This is the half to Mad for Fame. Of course, that one was better going long. And then you got Hillbilly Lady for Michael Assessi. Dam's only win was on the turf, so you get a little more turf breeding for Hillbilly Lady. Not the fastest of works, so you got to think that she probably doesn't have a lot of early speed for 4.5 furlongs. But, yeah, I would say Find Your Joy. Probably going to be a short price favorite. Right now it odds of 4-5. Do have, of course, the 1 horse, She's Shadow, getting a little play as well. Exactitry Super Daily Double in the pick 5 starts with race number 4. Scratch the 1A and the 6.
The field for race 4, the start of today's pick 5, is on the track. The 1 is Shishi Shadow. Heeman Harkey looks for 3 on the card. The 2 is Find Your Joy. Andre Worry rides. The 3 is World Bank and Jeremiah Flores. The 4 is Maggie's Song. Rafael Rohina Jr. is in the saddle. The 5 is I'm a Lotta Lady and Carlos Camillo. Scratch the 6, Disco Princess. The 7 is Hillbilly Lady and Emmanuel De Diego. Scratch the 1A Ain't No Lady. The 6, Disco Princess. 50-cent pick 5 starts here. It's my favorite bet at the racetrack, especially here at the Lakes. And I think I'm going to be the chalk-eating weasel here and single the 2, Find Your Joy, in the sequence. Showed speed in 2 starts down at the Big A on the dirt. First 2 career starts came on the grass, then Tom Worley moved his horse to the dirt. Showed speed and tired, going 6.5 and maiden 40. Sat just off the lead before tiring when bumped back up to special weight. Now ships up here to Finger Lakes. The 4.5 should really, really help the cause here. She's 1 to 2 on the board. I'm giving you ice in the winter, even though it's May 6th. But Warrior should just put her on the front end. And that's the other thing in here. Unless one of the firsters, the 5 I'm a Lotta Lady or the 7 Hillbilly Lady, show speed in their debuts, respectively, she looks like she's loose on the front end. Find Your Joy. Shishi Shadow, the number 1, part of the entry left in for Jeffrey Engelhardt, who's looking for 2 on the card himself. She finished second in the She's a Stone Cold Fox behind multiple New York bred stakes winner now, Sweet Brown Sugar for Paul Barrow. Third in her debut as well at Saratoga in an off-the-turf race. I guess she's the second likeliest winner in here, but, man, she'd have to find a good race off the layoff for Jeff. And Heeman Harkey was looking for 3 on the card. Then I rounded it out with the 3 World Bank, who, for being quite honest, is just the third pick to make third pick. She debuted in that She's a Stone Cold Fox, didn't do any running at all. Then came back and ran second to a horse I like in the next race, Dorth Soul Dancer. So we'll see if she can improve for Rachel Sells off the bench. I think Rachel's horses might need a race off the layoff before giving their best efforts. She had 4 hit the board last week out of 9 tries, but I think they might need one. So I thought the race was 2-1, and I really thought the race went through to number 2, Find Your Joy. She's a single on my pick 5 ticket. 50-cent pick 5 kicks off here. 2-1-3 for me. Post time in just over 2 minutes for race 4. And don't forget, if you need free PPs each and every racing day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, go to fingerlakesgaming.com, and they are provided to you courtesy of Equibase. The field for race 4 is behind the gate, and it's post time. $50 pick 5 time here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Don't forget free PPs each and every day, courtesy of Equibase. Just go to fingerlakesgaming.com. In goes your 4 to 5 favorite, Find Your Joy. World Bank is in. Shishi Shadow up next, followed by Maggie's Song. The debuting I'm a Lotta Lady goes in. Backs away. Assistant starters reset and get her in. And fellow firster, Hillbilly Lady, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. There goes World Bank for the lead, chased by the favorite Find Your Joy from the rail. Gap of a length to She Shadow, who's in third, far outside Hillbilly Lady. In between is I'm a Lotta Lady. The trailer is Maggie's Song, but she's just 4 lengths from the lead. The lead belongs to World Bank. World Bank has a length on Find Your Joy, who's maneuvered off the rail and has dead aim on World Bank in second. Dropping back is She Shadow. Moving up along the inside is Maggie's Song. Then the 2 debuting fillies, I'm a Lotta Lady and Hillbilly Lady, 23-1 the opening quarter. World Bank just to the inside of Find Your Joy, who just hit the front. Find Your Joy battling back as World Bank. These two have 4 lengths on She Shadow. Through the stretch, Find Your Joy trying to grind by World Bank. Find Your Joy gets past World Bank. These two have 3 lengths on She Shadow. Coming to the line, it's all Find Your Joy. She reports home a 1.5 winner. Then it was World Bank, She Shadow, and I'm a Lotta Lady. 53-2 the final time. Number 2, Find Your Joy was first. 3, World Bank second. 1, She Shadow third. 5, I'm a Lotta Lady was fourth. Returning to the winner's circle, your official winner of race number 4 is the 2, Find Your Joy. 3-year-old daughter of Central Banker out of the Not For Love mare Barrel of Dreams. Bred in New York, she's owned by Adam Newman trained by Lord Thomas Morley. Winning rider, Andre Worry. $2 double 3-2, $15.80. $2 exacta 2-3, $16.20. 50-cent try, 2-3-1, $6.80. 10-cent super, 2-3-1-5, $5.02. 50-cent pick 3, 4-3-2, $21.37. And the early pick 4 returned $50.25. Those winning numbers were 4, 4, 3, 2. Race 5 comes up next. Late pick 4 wagering offered here in race number 5. Post time for the 5th is in just over 22 minutes.
Getting ready for the 5th race on today's card. Find Your Joy had to work a little bit for her as World Bank got out there, and Find Your Joy had a tough time wearing that rival down, but she was able to claim the victory at a short price. Andre Worry for Thomas Morley. Okay, let's look at the 5th. It is for 3-year-old fillies, an allowance race, never won 2 condition. As you see, no surprise, a lot of play for the 3, My Bronx Baby. There's obviously a lot of question marks with this one as she looked outstanding her first career start, but that's the only time that we've seen her. She came out and just dominated the 2-year-old fillies here at Finger Lakes, winning by over 8 lengths. Now, she did have an easy lead in there, but there was no way they were going to beat her that day. Now, she comes back with some bullet works. I guess a big question mark, why was she been on the shelf so long and now making her first start as a 3-year-old? Does she need a race, or will she come out as sharp as she did in that 2-year-old debut? Well, you know she's talented, and if she does run her best race, they probably won't beat her, but she may have a little bit of a struggle if she wants to get the early lead with a couple other speed types in here. Another rival to consider about the 4, Bustin' Time for Hall of Fame jockey, former jockey Robbie Davis. This one out of Micah City, that dam was stakes placed as a 2-year-old. Didn't fare too well in the New York Stallion Series race in her last start, but before that she was competitive. She broke her maiden, her first start as a 2-year-old against the 20,000 maidens. So she has Lasix today off of that poor effort. Bustin' Time maybe can chase down some of the other speed horses that are out there with My Bronx Baby, and she's a big threat in here at odds of 5-2. The 5-horse is Dorth Soul Dancer, 5-1, an honest price here for Dorth Soul Dancer. Has had a couple starts here at Finger Lakes. She did win one of them, beating World Bank, who we just saw run a pretty good race. She did have things kind of her way that day as she went 47 and change to the half. There wasn't much speed in the race, but she's run a couple good ones after that against New York competition. So she may be a horse that's improving and could also be a threat in this spot. She's right now at odds of 5-1. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in race number 5. We got about 10 minutes to post.
The field for race 5, the start of the late pick 4, is on the track. The 1 is 1,000 Plans with Adil Ayala. The 2 is Blue Eyed Warrior. Andre Worry looks for a riding double. The 3 is My Bronx Baby. Jackie Davis is aboard. The 4 is Bustin' Time with Luis Rivera Jr. The 5 is Dorth's Soul Dancer, K. Barcoa. And the 6 is Kaz's Rose with Emmanuel De Diego. Again, $1 late pick 4, 50-cent late pick 4 here. Excuse me. My best play of the day is here. I've got a little guff for this selection. The number 5, Dorth Soul Dancer, off of a March freshening for M. Anthony Ferraro. First time Lasix last time. Couple of starts down at the Big A against Open 32 claimers. Comes back up to Finger Lakes, the site of the maiden score. And even though this is an open race, they're all New York breds in here. Broke a maiden against Open Company. She won by 9. World Bank just finished second to the winner of the 4th race, Find Your Joy. And then she tried the 2 starts down at Aqueduct. Gets a little freshening. I thought she could take advantage of what I think is going to be a little bit of a hot pace in here. And we've seen horses come from just off the pace today successfully. The number 3, My Bronx Baby, I think is destined to be prohibitive favorite in here. 3 to 5 now. She's even money. And she'll probably be shorter than that when they spring the latch. Listen, from all accounts and the replay, it was as visually impressive as you're going to see. A 70 by her speed figure if using DRF. Got a big Equibase figure as well for her debut. That was back in August. And she's been gone now for over 9 months. This is not the regular layoff from November. I'm sure she just had some 2-year-old problems. The daughter of Matoli out of a Speightstown mare. Should appreciate the residual moisture in the track as we're still labeled good. But she still has to deal with 9+ months. She has 3 fast works for this, and she could just run that proverbial hole in the wind. The way the track's playing, and I didn't know that was going to be playing that way when I put my selections in yesterday, final item this morning. I just feel like she has to face some pressure, I would imagine, from the 1,000 Plans, who gets blinkers on, returns to the main track, the site of her only win for Jerry Brooks, as well as the 4, Bustin' Time, who has some speed. Lou Rivera Jr. coming up from New York for the day. She exits 2 Stallion Series State Bred Stakes races. She gets Lasix for the first time. I mean, I can't imagine they're shipping here to rate. I would imagine she's going to be forward as well. And My Bronx Baby didn't have that fast of a raw time, really, in her opening fractions. I think both 1,000 Plans and Bustin' Time were potentially faster than her. So now she finds herself off the layoff on the chase between horses if it plays out the way I think it will. I think it sets up perfectly for Dorth's Soul Dancer, the number 5. 5-3-2 Blue Eyed Warrior. Another one. They tried her in the Maddie May. That didn't work. She got Lasix last time. That was a tough bunch of horses she faced last time. The Open 20 down at Aqueduct. She cuts back. She ran well 5.5 in her debut at Delaware last October. So the 4.5 I don't think is going to be a problem. I think the cutback's actually going to help her. And maybe she can take some advantage of a potential pace meltdown in here. 5-3-2 for me. Kick off that late pick 4, 50-cent minimum. Trying to get the number 5. Dorth's Soul Dancer. My best play of the day home here in race number 5. A little over a minute till the 5th. 1 minute to post. The field for race 5 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Last chance to get in your late pick 4 tickets. The one 1,000 plans goes in. She's followed by Blue Eyed Warrior. Your 1 to 2 favorite, My Bronx Baby, goes in. Taking her first start in just over 9 months. Bustin' Times next. Dorth's Soul Dancer's in. And the last to load is Kaz's Rose. There in the gate, acting up there was My Bronx Baby just a bit. Settle down. We're ready. And they're off from the outside. Dorth's Soul Dancer, and now My Bronx Baby assumes the lead. It's My Bronx Baby. She deals with 1,000 plans to her inside, and Bustin' Time to the outside. Back and forth, a couple of lengths back is Dorth's Soul Dancer. Then we come back to the trailing duo of Blue Eyed Warrior and Kaz's Rose. My Bronx Baby and Jackie Davis motoring right along. Bustin' Time has her sights set on the favorite. 22-3, the opening quarter. 3 lengths back to 1,000 plans inside of Dorth's Soul Dancer. Then Blue Eyed Warrior and Kaz's Rose. Off the turn and into the stretch. My Bronx Baby trying to hold off Bustin' Time. 1,000 plans wanders to the inside. Through the stretch, My Bronx Baby past the 8th pole. A widening 3.5 length lead. My Bronx Baby, Jackie Davis keeping her to a business, but past the 16th pole there, well clear of Bustin' Time. My Bronx Baby sharp in her return. She won it by a half dozen. Then it was Bustin' Time, a photo for third that looked like it went to Dorth's Soul Dancer. Final time, 52 flat. Number 3, My Bronx Baby was first. 4, Bustin' Time second. It's a photo for third. Five, Dorth's Soul Dancer was third. Number 2, Blue Eyed Warrior finished fourth. Returning to the winner circles, the number 3, My Bronx Baby. 3-year-old daughter of Matoli, out of the Speightstown mare, My Bronx Tale. Bred in New York. She's owned by Dorico Racing and Breeding LLC, trained by Carl Grusmark, winning rider Jackie Davis. $2 double, 2-3, $6.30. $2 exacta, 3-4, $7.10. 50-cent try, 3-4-5, $4.60. 10-cent superfecta, 3-4, 5-2, $2.62. And the 50-cent pick 3, 3-2-3, $10.30. Race 6 comes up next. Kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. In race 6, please note an equipment change for the 2, Gold Templar. Bar shoe on. Bar shoe on the 2. And scratch to 5 Keeks. Those changes in race 6. Post time for the 6th is in a little over 22 minutes.
Horse in the paddock for race number 6, and another big performance from my Bronx baby. Jackie Davis aboard, gets the win in the 5th. No big surprises in there. The 6th race, a maiden event, and we scratched the 5 keys. One of the more open races, although numbers-wise, Barfly looks to be better than these rivals. I guess why I say he's a vulnerable favorite in the sense that the distance. I mean, this is a horse that usually comes from off the pace, usually goes longer distance, especially in sprints. He has run the shorter distances, but usually find him 4 or 5 lengths back when he's running 5 furlongs. So this being 4.5, he may have some work to do, but with no world beaters on the front end, he may just chase him down with the better numbers, with some better class horses in the past. Barfly getting some play at 4 to 5. You got the 1 horse, Uncle Kendrick, for Ronnie Bree Jr. He's already got a win today. This one ran second to Tater and Tot, who ran earlier. The other 2 races were in the slop, so his only fast dirt appearance was his best race, and we got a drying out racetrack out there. So Uncle Kendrick, facing maybe a little bit easier field today, puts him in the mix, and he is getting some play at 5 to 1. The 4 horses, Restrike, attracts Ray Lou Gutierrez. Good to see him make an appearance here at Finger Lakes. And this is a Kentucky bred, only making his 2nd career start. Can't gauge much from his debut as a 3-year-old, and that was at Penn National. Not the fastest of works for this horse, but he's coming in against a field that's very questionable, and he is bred to go a lot further. He's shortening up to 4.5, but it could be the wild card in this group, only making that 2nd career start after not showing much in his debut. Well, those are a couple of the horses that are getting some play. It's a race that doesn't have a lot of early speed in it. Possibly the wipers on the bus could be out there on the lead. Don't expect a real quick pace for race number 6. Exacta Super Daily Double and Pick 3 available in race number 6.
The field for race 6 is on the track. The 1 is Uncle Kendrick with Heeman Harkey. The 2 is Gold Templar. Stephen Frett is in the saddle. The 3 is Barfly with Luis Perez. The 4 is Restrike with Raylu Gutierrez. Scratch to 5, Keegs. The 6 is Up to My Knees in It. Joel Cruz is in the saddle. The 7 is Sharp Playboy. Jackie Davis looks for 2 in a row. And the 8 is the Wipers on the bus with Emmanuel De Diego. Final pick 3 of the day kicks off here in race number 6. We'll try the 4 Restrike, who was in a brutal situation first time out. Tropical storm force winds all over the place in the debut. Made up some ground late. We'll see how he deals with 4.5. We'll see if maybe he shows some more speed today. Getting a strong warm-up from Raylu. Hometown boy makes good. I like breaking Raylu's chops. Raylu's back to ride this one for Owen Garber, a name you're going to hear a lot of. I'll try to 4 Restrike at a big price, 7-1. 3 Barfly. 0 for 15 has hit the board in more than half of those starts. He's tried claimers, he's tried the turf, he's tried dirt, he's tried long, he's tried short, he's tried everything. We'll see if Sweet 16's the charm. 4 to 5 is just an impossible price to take on Barfly. He can win, but you wouldn't want to take him in the win pool at that price, at least I wouldn't. Wrap things up with the 7 Sharp Playboy, a couple of sloppy track, muddy track. This horse has never handled a track labeled good or fast. He's going to do that today. Jackie Davis climbs back aboard for Ronnie Breed. We'll see if Sharp Playboy can get a little pace to run that boy. He comes from the clouds more often than not. We'll see if he can get some pace to run that. 4-3-7 here in race number 6. Going to try 7-1 shot. Number 4, Restrike. See if we get trainer Owen Garber his first career victory. You have a little over 2 minutes to post. Final pick 3 of the day starts here. Best of luck at Finger Lakes. As the field for race 6 mills about behind the gate, track has been upgraded to fast. Track now labeled fast for race 6. Less than a minute. Field for race 6 approaching the starting gate. The field for race 6 loading into the gate, and it's post time. Uncle Kendrick the first to load, followed by Gold Templar. 3 to 5 favorite Barfly up next. In goes Restrike. With a little encouragement, Restrike goes in. Up to My Knees in It is next. Here's Sharp Playboy. And the last to load is the Wipers on the Bus. They're in the gate. And they're off. There's Gold Templar for the lead. Barfly Louis Perez shaking the reins at him. The same for Restrike. And on the far outside, the Wipers on the Bus. These 4 have 3 lengths on. Up to My Knees in It. Uncle Kendrick. And the trailer is Sharp Playboy. Here's Restrike for the lead. Restrike and the Wipers on the Bus duke it out on the front end. Gold Templar a length and a half back, just passed by Barfly as they go through the opening quarter in 23-2. The Wipers on the Bus races for the challenge of the big favorite Barfly. Along the insides, Restrike. Then we come back to Gold Templar. Sharp Playboy trying to chime in late. Off the turn and into the stretch. Barfly hit the front. Barfly a 2-length lead. The Wipers on the Bus. Here comes Gold Templar looking for some minor awards. And on the far outside, it's the Wipers on. It's Sharp Playboy, but coming down to the line, it's all Barfly. He gets out of the maiden ranks in his 16th try. He won it by 3.5. Looks like Gold Templar was up for the place. It's a photo for second. Final time 53-1. Number 3, Barfly was first. 2, Gold Templar second. It's a photo for third. show photo goes to the 7, Sharp Playboy, who was third. The 8, the Wipers on the Bus, finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 3, Barfly. The 4-year-old gelding, a son of Holy Boss, out of the Dance with Ravens mare Motherlode Hipster, is owned and trained by M. Anthony Ferraro, winning rider Luis Perez. And it's official. $2 double. A hard 6, 3-3, $5.90. $2 exacta, 3-2, $41.80. 50-cent try, 3-2-7, $29.75. And the 10-cent super, 3-2, 7-8, $26.95. Race 7 comes up next. It kicks off today's late double. Here in race 7, scratch the 4, Mischief Mogul, and the 5, Bench Press. Race 7, scratch the 4 and 5. And in race number 8, take out the 4, Bustin' Pietri. Race 8, scratch the 4. Post time for race 7 is in just over 21 minutes.
Folks, please note the number 11, and now it's on the tote board, is racing here in race 7. He's 25 to 1 currently on the board. Double will pay $45.60. So for those of you alive in the daily double, to the number 11 who did draw into this race, enticing prospect, the daily double is paying $45.60, and now you can see his odds up on the board. Please pardon the graphics issue. Thank you.
All right, got 10 minutes to post for race number 7. Barfly got hammered at the windows, was able to stay close enough to that pace that he was just better than those horses and drew away to get the victory. Louis Perez for M. Anthony Ferraro. Now, we do have a couple scratches in here, the 4 Mischief Mogul and the 5 Bench Press. The 11 Enticing Prospect will draw in off the also eligible list, and he's currently at odds of 24 to 1. Well, you look at the board, he got some early money on Bustin' Away, the 10 horse, making his second career start. Look good winning his first career start way back in July of last year. Will be making his Finger Lakes debut in this allowance race off of the long layoff, coming back with Lasix. Now, I did lean towards a couple horses that are a little bit older, that have been running, and one of them is Uncle George, who's by Uncle Mo. Now, his overall record, being a 7-year-old, is not great. He didn't win it all last year, but his numbers are better than most of the horses in this field. And the big thing is he also has early speed, that this is a good spot for him off of the claim. He chased a pretty decent pace at Aqueduct last time with a 22 and change first quarter. He's facing what isn't any tougher out of that $16,000 race, and I think Uncle George is a major player in here and is getting some action at 3 to 1, with Bustin' Away getting most of the early play at odds of even money as we speak. Vaunted's another one, interesting enough, that also comes off the claim for 16,000, similar race as Uncle George. He didn't run badly at that race either, finishing 4th, going 6 furlongs. This one by Golden Sense. Golden Sense, of course, the sire of the Kentucky Derby winner on Saturday. Now, Vaunted's best recent race was in the slop. That was back on March 28th. But certainly his last 3 races seemed to be improved efforts for Vaunted, and his race in the slop on March 28th would be good enough to beat these. He looks like he's going to be a little bit of a price. He's currently at odds of 8 to 1. And if you could make a strong case for Uncle George, you could make a little bit of a case for Vaunted as well, coming out of a similar condition. The 3 is Pop Coyer, and this one's more of an underneath type, but certainly could be competitive against these horses. He's coming off a layoff. He's now at age 4, but facing the lifetime conditions last year. Has been in this condition for quite some time, since May of last year. Made a bunch of starts in the 2 lifetime against some good quality competition going through that condition, and seems to always fire. Maybe not necessarily win, but he's hit the board in all 7 starts running here at Finger Lakes. And if he's fit enough off of this layoff, you got to think that he's got a good chance to do so again today. Good horse to use in tries and supers. He's currently at odds of 6 to 1. And another 3-year-old is the 1, Always a Warrior. This will be the first time against older horses. Same thing with the favorite, Bustin' Away. Only made the 1 start as a 2-year-old. Always a Warrior was running against the 2s and then restricted 3s. He did get a race in March and ran very well against a tough allowance group, even though restricted for 3 in the mud there. So he's got the rail. He did show a little more speed in that race as he was up close to the 21 and change. So overall, most likely an improved effort. Always a Warrior could be close up in a race that you may have some relatively quick fractions in, as you do have a few quick horses early, and Always a Warrior could be close up to that front line which probably will include Uncle George and Bustin' Away. Those are some of the rivals that you can make a case for here in race number 7. Remember, we scratched the 4 Mischief Bogle and the 5 Bench Press. The 11 Enticing Prospect will draw in off of the AE. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Daily Double offered in this race.
The field for race 7's out on the track. The 1's Always a Warrior with Luis Rivera Jr. The 2 is Uncle George. He's been excused from the post-parade. John Davila Jr. rides. The 3 is Pop Coyer and Kevin Navarro. The 6 is Vaunted with Emmanuel De Diego. The 7's McDonough and Carlos Camillo. The 8 is Al's Frosted. Jeremias Flores rides. There's the 9, Cool and Blue with Adil Ayala. The 10 is Bustin' Away. K. Barcoa is in the saddle. The 11 is Enticing Prospect. Luis Perez rides. And there's the 2 Uncle George with John Davila Jr. Got a few minutes to post here as we kick off the late double. All the money coming in on the returning 3-year-old. My top selection here. I never thought he'd be this price. Number 10, Bustin' Away.
He was not as impressive as My Bronx Baby on debut here last summer at Finger Lakes, but he got the job done up at Saratoga. Did not get away from the gate cleanly, but recovered, battled from an inside draw, got to the top, fought each and every step of the way, especially from like the 3/8 pole home. And he was able to hold on. He didn't beat the most accomplished field, but he did it the right way. Just an $8,000 yielding purchase, son of Bustin' Stones, gets Lasix for his 3-year-old unveiling. It was the outside draw until Enticing Prospect drew in, and I wonder how that's going to affect things because the Ferraro Barn has both of these horses, the 10 Bustin' Away and the 11 Enticing Prospect. Koa rode both on debut. They both got the job done. Enticing Prospect at Louis Perez today, but he could be a pace factor from the outside draw. I do think Bustin' Away is a little faster than his stablemate, but we shall see. One's 8-5, one's 17-1. I went with the 10 Bustin' Away. The one Always a Warrior, another 3-year-old in here. 3 3-year-olds in the race. And I think they all, 4 3-year-olds in the race, I should say, and I think they all can win. Always a Warrior from the inside, gets back to a fast track. He's just been keeping better company downstate at Aqueduct. Just missed against Open Company at Pimlico in the third start of his career after breaking his maiden and first asking in the slot. He tried the funny side, he tried the notebook, he tried the Regal Park. He has just been in way over his head, and now he gets into a spot that looks a whole lot easier for him. He draws the inside. Louis Rivera comes up from the Big Apple to ride. He's 5-1. And then another big price, the 6 Vaunted. First off the claim for Ralphie D. My man Gumster stable. 11-1 on this one. Son of Golden Sense comes in. Got the job done 2 back off of a 10-week break. Tried 16 2 in his subsequent start. Tired late, maybe to 4.5 helps him. He raced well, going 5.5 up at Saratoga and off the turf races last summer. 10-1-6 for me here in race number 7. You have about 2 minutes to post. Post time in a minute. The field for race 7's behind the gate and begins to load in. It's post time. There goes Always a Warrior, followed by Uncle George. Co-favoritism here for Uncle George at 2-1. The 3 Pop Coyer is next. Here goes the 6 Vaunted. McDonough goes in. Al's Frosted loads. Followed by Cool in Blue. Just punching down to 3-2 favoritisms. The number 10 Bustin' Away, who's next. Good-looking winner at Saratoga last summer on debut.
He's followed in by fellow debut winner from the Ferraro barn, Enticing Prospect. They're in the gate. And they're off like a shot. Pop Coyer went right to the lead, challenged immediately by McDonough. On the far outside, Enticing Prospect tries to join the fray as well. These three have a length and a half on Always a Warrior. There's Uncle George in between as well. Vaunted mixing it up, as is Al's Frosted. They make their way around the far turn. Pop Coyer, McDonough busting away. 3 wide here through a 23 opening quarter. Down along the inside is Always a Warrior. Vaunted tries to make a move, and he just got swung 4 wide. They're off to turn it into the stretch. Busting away, emerges with the lead. Pop Coyer tries to battle back. Along the inside's Always a Warrior. Busting away, starts to draw away here. Vaunted trying to move late on the scene. Pop Coyer still second, coming down to the line. Busting away, draws away to a 2.5 length win. Then it was Pop Coyer, Vaunted in a photo for fourth. 52-3, the final time. Number 10, busting away, was first. 3, Pop Coyer second. It's a photo for third. Six, Vaunted third. 9, Cool and Blue was fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 10, Bustin' Away. 3-year-old gelding, son of Bustin' Stones, out of the Galileo mare, La Rignana. New York bred's owned by Michael R. Di Tommaso, trained by M. Anthony Ferraro, winning rider Cabercoa. And it's official. $2 double, $3.10, $8.90. $2 exact at 10.3, 44.20. 50-cent try, 10.36, 78.12, and the 10-cent super, 10.3, 6.9, $70.50. Race 8 comes up next. The finale offers one-place show exacta try and superfecta wagering. Scratch the 4, Bustin' Pietri. Scratch the 4 out of race number 8. Post time for the finale is in over 22 minutes.
Getting ready to conclude this Monday card. Big effort by the favorite, busting away. First start as a 3-year-old. Looked great in victory. Kiberkoa for M. Anthony Ferraro takes race number 7. Just a reminder, we are racing tomorrow. Live racing continues tomorrow. And then next week, we're going to add Wednesday to the schedule. So Monday through Wednesday racing next week. But this week, just Tuesday, then we're dark until next Monday. 11-9 Claimer is the 8th. We scratch the 4. Bustin Pietre. Going to look at the 6-horse Sutton Breeze. Carl O'Callahan already had that big win in today's feature. That one, Tra Ladd. What an effort by Tra Ladd, winning that George Barker prep with Sophia Vives. What a good ride by her and a good effort by that one, taking advantage of the soften up speed. Sutton Breeze looks to make it 2 for these connections. Had rattled off 6 wins in 2023. This one now at age 5. Last couple of races haven't been as good, but this should be a little bit easier spot, and he's got good early speed, and that's a good asset when you're talking about 4.5 furlongs. You do have the speed of forward motion inside of him, but he could be right there with maybe even just as quick as forward motion, and looks to be one of the main contenders in here. Good price on the board right now at odds of 4-1. The favorite in the race, no surprise, is forward motion. He has 3 wins over this track. Just remember a race last year where he was absolutely lone speed. He still got run down, but that was mainly because the horse that beat him was Fiery Heart. I don't think any other horse in that condition would have had a chance to run him down in those fractions. But at 4.5, he's got to be dangerous with his inside speed here. He breaks from the 2 posts, and yeah, I can't blame anybody for wanting to play him, but you're going to have to accept a short price. You got another good speed horse on the outside. The 9 is Almendro, who last year was probably just a little bit better than the 11 and 9,000. So, you know, he's capable on his best to beat these. When last seen, he won in the slop at 11 and 9, and a couple of those races where he didn't win, he didn't have ideal trips where he's nowhere near the lead. Now he's stuck outside, so he's not going to get the lead in here, but he could get a good outside stalking trip from that post position. And notice some of the horses he was up against when he did lose. He even tried an allowance race against Jack and Bernie, one of the best horses on the ground. So Almendro certainly has a little bit of class and can't be discounted here. And they're not. He's at odds of 7-2. The posts, again, isn't any real bargain, but maybe he could turn it into a decent trip with an outside stalking type trip. So last race on the card coming up in about 8 minutes. Exacta Trifecta is Superfecta offered. Again, we do scratch the 4, Bustin Pietre.
The field for race 8's on the track. The 1 is Thalberg with Adil Ayala. Entry mate, the 1A military drill, has Kevin Navarro in the saddle. The 2 is Forward Motion. Luis Perez rides. The 3 is Invaluable Will with Rafael Rohina Jr. Scratch the 4, Buston Pietre. The 5 is He's Got a Short Fuse with Michael Davila Jr. The 6 is Sutton Breeze with Sofia Vives. The 7 is Drossel Diem with Relu Gutierrez. The 8's Knight of the Crown with Nazario Alvarado. And the 9's Almendro with Jackie Davis. A little over 4 minutes to post for the finale. Dave and I on the same horse here. The number 6, Sutton Breeze. Thought we were going to get a little bit of a price, but that is not happening. 7-2, third choice currently, as Sophia Vives and Carl O'Callahan try to team up for training riding double today. Ships in from Penn off of a couple of subpar efforts. If this Gelding can get back to his starts 2 and 3, 3 and 4 and 5 starts back rather, he's going to give this bunch fits. The question is, can he get back to those races? He adds front bandages. We'll see if that helps the cause. Usually not a good sign, but we'll see what they do here. Sutton Breeze down from his 8-1 to 7-2 currently. The 2 Forward Motion. Anthony Ferraro looks to sweep the late double. Took this horse down to South Florida, down to Tampa. Raced the horse once off almost a 3-month layoff. Finished a decent third behind a repeat winner. And then gives him another 2+ months off. 9-year-old gelded son of Mission Impassable. Has a lot of speed. And splits the entry here. He'll be breaking from post 2 with Louis Perez. I thought he made a lot of sense. The 8 Knight of the Crown. One of the Dixon horses all seem to be running off the layoff. This horse went to the bench a winner. Actually won 2 of his last 3 with the addition of blinkers. He'll need to get a little faster, and he bumps up in class here. But we'll see how he does off the layoff. Last year, he waited another few weeks before he made his return. And he made at 6 furlongs. He's never been the 4.5. Though his races at 5.5 with the blinkers on at the end of last year were really, really good. So we'll see if he can spice things up. He's a big price at 13-1. 6-2-8 for me in the finale. Don't forget, back tomorrow. First post again at 1:15. A little later on this evening. Free PPs for tomorrow's card available over at fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. Best of luck in the finale, and we'll see you tomorrow. Again, another 8-race card. First post is 1:15.
The field for race 8 is approaching the starting gate, and it's post time for the finale. First to load is Thalberg. The Big Gray, forward motions in next. Military Drill goes in, the other half of the entry. Followed by Invaluable Will. He's got a short fuse up next. Here's Sutton Breeze. Drozzle Diem goes in. Knight of the Crown in. The last to load is your current 8-5 favorite, Almendro. There in the gate. Acting up there a bit is Invaluable Will. In fact, Rider Rafael Rohina Jr. is off the number 3 Invaluable Will. They reset. Rohina Jr. back aboard. And we're set for a start to the finale. And they're off. From the far outside, there's Almendro, and the Big Gray along the rail is forward motion. These two speed off, now challenged in between horses by Invaluable Will. On the far outside, Knight of the Crown mixing it up as well. Sutton Breeze is there, and backing out of there is Drossel Diem. A mad scramble for the lead, won by Almendro into the turn. Almendro, 3 parts of a length. Forward motion back in second, and Invaluable Will and Sutton Breeze battling it out for third. Far outside, Knight of the Crown checking there as he's got a short fuse. He needs somewhere to go. Then Drossel Diem at the back of Thalberg and Military Drill. Off the turn and into the stretch. Almendro and Jackie Davis looking for 2 on the day. She goes left-handed, and Almendro responds, holding off forward motion, who takes another run at Almendro. Almendro's almost home. Forward motion needs a length. Almendro needs the line. Forward motion, Almendro, forward motion, got him. Forward motion in the last couple of jumps. Nailed Almendro. 52-3 for the finale. Photo finish. Number 2, forward motion was first. 9, Almendro second. 6, Sutton Breeze third. 5, he's got a short fuse. Finished fourth.
Returning to the winner circles, the number 2. Forward motion. The 9-year-old gray gelded son of Mission Impassable out of the elusive quality mare Satin Sheiks was bred in New York. Owned and trained by M. Anthony Ferraro. He won the last 3 on the card today. Winning rider, 2 on the day for Luis Perez. And it's official. $2 double, 10-2, 2060. $2 exacta, 2-9, 2080. 50-cent try, 296, 1475. 10-cent super, 2965, $22.22. 50-cent pick 3, 310-2, $9.20. 50-cent pick 4, $20.62. 50-cent pick 5, $30.37. Pick 6 was hit. 6 of 6, $225.75. 5 of 6, $6.10. That wraps up the action here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, the racing action at the very least, this afternoon. Casino portion of the building open to the wee small hours of the morning. Live racing resumes tomorrow at 1:15 p.m. Don't forget to check out Takes from the Lakes with me and Dave Mattice at approximately 12:15 when we do the anthem and changes. On behalf of the broadcast team, staff, and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm the Big A, Anthony Stabile. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Please arrive home wherever you're going safely. Have a great night. See you tomorrow. First post, 1:15.